Hello everyone, how's it going today? Happy Friday! We are back for some more Lego building. This time I've got a bunch of Star Wars sets to build. This was a gift with purchase that ended just a couple days ago on Lego for their annual May the 4th Star Wars extravaganza, shall we say. So let's go ahead and get it open. So sorry about the lack of streams lately. Lots of stuff has been going on. 74 pieces in this little thing. It's a lot of pieces. And I do always love to get these. This is a pretty old part design, which is nice to see they are still producing. All right, so this is the Razor Crest from the upcoming Mandalorian and Grogu movie, which I really thought they were gonna give it a different name. That seemed a little too on the nose, shall we say. But yeah, so sorry for the lack of streams. Things have been busy and up in the air lately. Finally, a Boba Fett movie? I don't think so. I don't know that Boba Fett is going to be in that, but he's not the Mandalorian in the Mandalorian TV show, as far as I know. I haven't watched any of it. And howdy, everyone. How's it going today? Happy Friday. Friday is always good. Just grinding up all of the stuff in Final Fantasy IV there, huh? I did do some grinding in Tecmo Secret of the Stars, and I think I discovered some real powerhouse characters. I don't know that they are widely considered powerhouse characters. I kind of need to go take a look to see what people think about them, but I'm convinced that they are powerhouse characters of the Custera. Allergy season finally for you showing up? Ugh. That's unfortunate. Hopefully it's not too bad this year. Your birthday's tomorrow. Well, happy almost birthday. Alright, so we got that. Let's get these two parts on now. Trying for the Mind Flayer summon, getting everything but. Of course. Of course. Like, that's just how item drops go in Final Fantasy games. Oh, you want X? Well, how about Y? And nothing but. This is a good assortment of parts. Pretty impressed by the part selection in it. Took like 20 hours before Tecmo Secret of the Stars suddenly became actually interesting. I still like it. It's super duper cheesy in a lot of ways, but I mean, come on, you don't think Cat Boo and Bad Bad were interesting? Ugh, I'm shocked. Shocked, I tell you. Bahamut had the same idea as me. No, I wouldn't say the game is good, but it is fun. You have a soft spot for Paladin's Quest, so you get it? Yeah, I might try that one day as well. Okay, no plates or anything there. Alright, so this is how we get the, get this part. I guess this will also allow it to slope a bit. Yeah. The Velt is frustrating. Is it not giving you what you want? There we go. Get that. Get these for rear landing gear. I mean, I will say this. There are still some surprises to come. In Tecmo Secret of the Stars. The Velt manipulation trick for FF6 SNES works differently than the FF6 Pixel Remaster? I didn't think it did. Building the microscale Razor Crest. Like, the only thing you need to do is figure out when it resets the seeds. Like, does it require... Because you're playing on the Switch or something, right? Going to have to become a space ace and beat keys out of Iolo to rescue princesses in Tecmo Secret of the Stars after all? We'll see. I'll just say that there's a revelation about Hammond Cruz coming up. There's also a revelation that none of the Kustera can wear bunny suits, and I am not happy about that. All right, spare parts. We got a black friction pin, a dark gray friction half pin, and a gray 1x1 cylinder plate with bar as our extra pieces. And here is the microscale Razor Crest. It's a pretty nice little model. A lot of good parts. A lot of good parts. Good assortment of gray. Never a fan of yellow, but these pieces are nice, and these pieces are nice, and these tiles are nice. So I will survive. Alright, so... FF6 SNES trick for Velt moves the thing 13 places and skips empty things. Oh, right, yeah. FF6 PR does just move it forward one. Yeah, that is right. Alright, so that is the Razor Crest. Next up, let's go ahead and build the other gift with purchase that was available, and that is the Dark Saber. I think it's from The Mandalorian too, but I don't know. Again, I haven't really watched any of the new Star Wars stuff, but Star Wars Lego sets do have good parts. Alright, so let's see, bag number 2, 1, 4, and a 3. Actually, let's put them up here. Lime 2x2s. Alright, let's see. A Mandalorian legend. The Dark Saber is unique in Star Wars lore. Originally forged by the first Mandalorian Jedi, Atari Vizsla, its crackling black blade is a powerful symbol of Mandalore leadership. It cannot be commissioned, only earned in battle. From Vizsla, it passed through a number of hands, including Darth Maul, Sabine Wren, and Moff Gideon, before landing back in the hands of another Mandalorian, Din Djarin. All through epic duels that shaped Mandalore's fate. This one may not glow, but we hope it makes a spectacular display on your shelf. They've been doing a few of the lightsabers as gifts with purchase. This is the only one that I've gotten, though. Again, I don't really care that much. I'm more interested in the parts. I don't get many of the Star Wars sets because they do have a premium price. Got to pay that Star Wars tax. You done goofed the other day? Well, hopefully, nothing bad. There's our Lime 2x2. Poor Ald needing to pay the Star Wars tax. Well, I don't need to. I mostly choose not to by not getting many Star Wars sets. The sets that I got for Star Wars Day are, well, the May the 4th thing. Were specifically sets that had pretty good parts and generally better prices per piece. Or had something else going for it. Ordered garbage bags. It said 100. You thought it was 4 packs, 100 each. It was actually 4 packs, 100 total. That's not a big goof. I mean, you got 100 bags rather than 400 bags? Howdy, Farron. How's it going? I've goofed by buying things that I'd already purchased that I forgot I purchased before on multiple occasions. Hey, don't look at me, Bahamut. I know people who get annoyed about May the 4th because it's like 3 weeks and a couple days before the actual anniversary of when Star Wars first hit theaters. And it's like, you could just do the anniversary, but you want to do that pun instead. Luckily, I, for the most part, don't care either way. Like, really, the only reason that I got stuff this time was because there really wasn't, like, they've done, like, non-set gift with purchases, like, memorabilia type stuff, and that I'm not interested in. But give me some free sets, and yeah, I'll consider a sale. I mean, this itself was like a $7 thing. Well, am I going to venture to the theaters to see Hathaway 2 next weekend? I am going to try. It depends. I don't know if it's playing around here. And things may come up that prevent me from doing so, but if I can, I will. I'll put it that way. Alright, we're going all the way to the end here. But yeah, I definitely want to see Hathaway. I just may not be able to see it, like, day of release. I mean, ideally, I'll see if there's some place playing it that I can go, like, 2 p.m. or something on the Friday. I mean, as I understand it, there aren't that many people going to theaters these days, but ideally, I'd prefer to avoid even that few people. There we go. I do kind of like the black and dark gray banded look there. Alright, bag number 2. Your wife is going to go with you, and she only knows Gundam from catching bits and pieces of what you've watched. Oh man. I suppose it's better than the one particular episode of Victory Gundam. To be fair, I mean, like, I don't know what exactly they're going to be doing with Hathaway. I only know, like, vaguely about the story of it. The main story beats kind of thing, but, That's got to be a trip. I hope you share what she thinks. Gonna give her a quick rundown of the UC and watch Hathaway 1 this weekend? Nice. Yeah, actually, that's I should rewatch Hathaway, the first Hathaway. That is a good call. Imagine your first Gundam episode is Miller's Report. Nah, that's not even close to the. I mean, if you want a bad experience, Stardust Memories. Imagine being having Nina as your first exposure to Gundam. No, there's some other stuff. There's some other stuff. Could throw her in on the deep end and make her watch Char's counterattack with no context. So the thing though is that, like, Char's counterattack does have, like, there's this element of like, I think it actually does a pretty good job of not needing too much context. You know? Oh, you're thinking confusing, not evil. Fair enough. Like, Char's counterattack, I do think it, like, it does a good job of showing what's going on, I think. Like, it leaves you with a lot of questions, but they're not, like, questions of, I don't understand what happened. It's more, what led to this? I understand what happened here, but what led to it? And that makes you want to go watch the others. I wish they'd made more like Federation versus Xeon. That is by far one of my favorites. I actually got the Seed game that was supposed to be the same series of games, but it does not play the same. I was like, I don't like Seed, but this is the same basic, like, it's, I assumed it was going to be the same basic thing. It's not. Gameplay-wise, it was not. It was not. I mean, and Zeta as well. Most of the AU Gundams are just rehashes. You realize that pretty quick. And it can be interesting to see, you know, a rehash, the same story in another context. I said most. There's a reason why G Gundam and X Gundam are two of the best AUs. Because they are not rehashes at all. Wing? Wing? Wing is a straight-up rehash. Gundam Wing is almost more of a straight-up rehash of not only original Gundam, but all the way through Char's counterattack. Yeah, the end of Wing is just Char's counterattack. Does have some nice designs, though. I will grant it that. Junya Ishigaki. Everything's better with Junya Ishigaki at the helm. Minor Trader, subscribed for 23 months. Thank you very much. I really do appreciate it. How's it going? Oh, you've only watched the OVA of Wing. Fair. That is fair. I actually have not watched that in a really long time. I know that far less well than I know the overall story of Wing as a whole. Valkyrie Chronicles was on sale, so you're hoping you'll have as much fun as you did when you first played it on the PSP? Oh, I hope so. Wait, Valkyria Chronicle? Yeah, the one with the scouts and the tank and everything. One and 4, yeah. 1 is very good. I have not played any of the others. I've heard 2 is pretty good. It's more World War II. It is a small difference, yes. The problem is that if I hear Valkyrie, I think of Valkyrie Profile. That's what I thought of it at first. And then I was wait, no, that's Valkyrie Profile. Did he mean Valkyria Chronicle? That's why I asked. No worries, it's just, like, in my head, it's just abbreviated Valkyrie. That's Valkyrie Profile. And Valkyria is Valkyria Chronicle. In my head. Small spelling difference, big pronunciation difference. Been on an SJRPG kick? Nice. Alright, we have our printed tile, Lego Star Wars TM, the Dark Saber TM. Copyright LFL. Gotta get those TMs in there, otherwise they might sue you. Alright, spare parts. We got a dark gray 1x1 quarter cylinder tile, a dark gray friction half pin, and a dark gray 1x1 tile slope. And bag number 3. Surprised that you're getting so many power armlets in FF4. Well, how many, are they the same? Do they have the same drop rate? Number 1. And number 2, are you fighting more of the creature? Same drop rate. Alright, are you fighting more of the creature? Ogres come in groups of 3, right? And you only fight one of the Liliths, right? Right. So there you go. That's going to explain the difference right there. These are a new version of the mold. It's a shorter slope. I mean, it's the same slope, but the old ones were essentially like this, so there was like an extra plate there. Never was quite sure why they did it that way in the first place, but it's nice that they're finally making that change so that they're a little bit more flexible. And they did that with this one as well. Pretty consistent changeover of all of these pieces. Even these, they actually have, like, these are the old style, so they have the extra plate height there. These quarter cylinder ones, but they do have shorter ones now. Speaking of Final Fantasy, you'll be starting 3D on Sunday? Nice. I will probably play that version eventually as well. I like the characterization in it. I don't like the I don't like the rebalancing they did. I don't think the rebalancing is very good compared to the original. But it's also like a completely different game at that point, so. You dislike that 3DS gave them names and stories? I mean, it gave them voices too, and they're pretty adorable. The character artwork is pretty great. And I think that was one of, like, that and a bunch of other games are what led to blanking on the name of the game. Completely blanking on the name of the game. Bravely Default. Yes, there you go. Well, if you want your interchangeable Onion Knights, you've got the original and you've got the Pixel Remaster. Like, you don't have to play that version. Like, that is one of the nice things, is having options. I still think the original NES is very solid, all things considered. Like, I think if I were just gonna play one, I would probably play that one, even over the Pixel Remaster. Although they did a really good job with the artwork for the Pixel Remaster. I mean, it has in some ways. It hasn't in other ways. Yeah, Bravely Default is probably not a game that I will be playing anytime soon. I don't, like, I haven't actually played it myself, but I've seen multiple LPs of it, or at least partial LPs, and I don't think I like the mechanic. Right, not a rogue AI, but you can choose not to play it because they made those changes. And you can play a different version. That's what I mean. It's not the only version out there, is what I'm getting at. It's okay for there to be different takes on things. Yeah, the 3D version of FF4 is also. Oh, and also it's not FF3 3DS. It's just they're both just DS games. Completely missed out on that. Missed that. And I'm still just saying that you have options. Okay, so that is going in with just the one stud there. Interesting way of reversing stud direction. And I don't think we've had black ones of these 1x3 containers. I think they've mostly been dark brown, so it's nice to get these in another color. These were originally Harry Potter wand boxes, so it's great to see them breaking out. We had a pair of them in the camper set that we built, the city camper set that we built a while back. Using these little tabs, I believe, to stop the door from closing further, which was also a good use of them, but they were the dark brown ones. Would probably help if I got these on the right side. Yeah, I mean, I really do wish that we had gotten the original NES version here in the US. On the other hand, the translation probably wouldn't have been that great. So we have the shorty 1x1 round top piece. What do you mean? Look at the fantastic work done in Tecmo Secret of the Stars. That's true. That's true. How many other games do I get to ask, what? As often, right? You wish that some games have gotten a pixel remaster treatment. That would be nice. That would be nice. Alright, trans purple 1x4 right in there, and we are getting the anti-studs. Not the anti-studs, the tubes. No, those aren't even tubes. I don't remember what those are called. Right in there. There we go. Okay, spare parts, black 1x1 plate, black 1x1 tile with round end, and a black 1x1 cylinder plate with hollow stud. Bag number 4. No, they specifically, I don't know if it was Square or Nintendo, but someone thought that Final Fantasy 2 and 3 were too similar to Final Fantasy 1 to bring over. They were in the process. One of those two games has like a 60% completion. completed translation or something. Meanwhile, like, you got Dragon Quest 1 through 4, which all look much more similar than than Final Fantasy 1 through 3, in my opinion. Could be it was mutual and due to buggy code? No. It was either Square or Nintendo decided that it would probably not sell because it was too similar. Like, they even advertised Final Fantasy 2 and 3. There are, like, magazine advertisements for it. They were planning to do it. But someone stopped them. Always thought it was timing. I mean, like, I'm sure the timing had something to do with it as well. I mean, it might have been a thing where it was like, these look too similar, whereas Final Fantasy IV does not, or something like that. Also disappointed, like, I need to look again to see if there's a Final Fantasy III Wonder Swan Color translation patch. Because the Wonder Swan Color is, in my opinion, the best like pseudo SNES design. It looks the most SNES like. Like playing Final Fantasy Adventure 1, aka it's like Saga 1 on the Wonder Swan Color. That was so amazing. It looked so good. I had so much fun with that one. And then having to go to the black and white of the Game Boy ones was I mean, to be fair, Gilded Tongue, I think we're self-selecting. I mean, if this were a, you know, like, if I was a primarily a player of FIFA games, then that would be something. All right, so spare parts: black 1x1 plate, clear 1x1 cylinder tile with top peg, red Technic bushing, and a black 1x1 cylinder plate with bar. Quick surface level search says no FF3 Wonder Swan English translation patch. It's very disappointing. I want to play that version. All right, so here is the Dark Saber. There's a nice trans purple there. I do wonder if it's about the right size. I'm not sure, but it does grip well. I don't know if that's the front or if this is the front. It's a little too short to really hold two-handed, though. Kind of have to hold it one-handed. It's not quite bastard sword. All you were getting was FF1 Wonder Swan and Legend stuff? Wait, FF1 came out on the Wonder Swan color? I may have to play that one. But here is the Dark Saber TM. The LEGO Star Wars TM, Dark Saber TM. Alright. Oh. There we go. Push that back. Alright. Now, we have the Anzellan Starship. This actually has a pretty good price per piece ratio for a Star Wars set. And lots of gray. So, let's go ahead and build this one. Switch on over to the instructions. The box can hold the plastic bags. Alright, 4, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, and that is 1. Alright, 6 bags. Not too bad. Oh, that's right. 3 was canceled. I did forget that. Did forget that. Man, what we could have had. That would have been... I think that would have been the ultimate version of FF3 for me if that hadn't been canceled. I did completely forget about that. I should look into the Wonder Swan color versions of FF1 and 2, though. Those might be my preferred versions. Okay. So, first of all, we make Grogu. He is extremely tiny. Actually, is very rectangular on his base. Go ahead and zoom in on him. He's very, very tiny. Baby Yoda. There we go. Over there. Alright, Technic friction pins. Working at a used game store, you got your hands on great second-tier RPGs? Yeah, I can imagine. This is the Anzellan Starship. It's from the Mandalorian and Grogu movie that is not out yet. So, you know, I mean, if you're looking forward to that movie, spoilers. Huge spoilers. Gigantic spoilers. I'm sorry. They may have been in the TV show as well. I don't know. I have not watched it. I like it because it's got lots of gray. And actually, you know, useful pieces like that. Spaceship in your sci fantasy movie? I know, right? Hey, gray is useful for castle stuff, sir. Star Wars is more of sci-fantasy than sci-fi. It doesn't go out of its way to explain the technology and stuff like that. And the whole, you know, Force thing. Gray Castle, all's building a space castle? Yes. And by space castle, I mean a ship. I just realized I got an extra Baby Yoda head. This is dangerous. I can have fun with that. Cydonia or bust, exactly. It can be put on a stick. It can be put on a stick. I don't have a piece in here to put that on, though. Okay, we get a pair of 1x2s with bars. Two by 4. And 2 inverted curved 2x2 curved slopes. Star Traveling Space Castle would be groovy. Yeah, that's called a Dwarven Citadel, though. Okay, now we get brown, gray macaroni, 4x4 macaroni on there. Dwarven Citadels travel through space. That is their large Forge Helm powered ship type in Spelljammer. They're basically small asteroids that they work, mine them out, carve out the exterior, live on them for a while until they're played out, and then go find another one. Also great dungeons in space, too. So they're parasites? No? Why would they be parasites? Howdy, Sealan, how's it going? They don't do that to asteroids that people are already living on. They can also only really do that to small satellites, small asteroids. Space Dwarves are great people. Trans orange, trans red. Finding something, mining it out, and then moving on, kind of parasitic? I mean... To be a parasite, you have to have something living on which to be parasitic towards. Finn can attest to that. Joining a Dwarven trader was how he first got into space. Yeah. They're good people. I mean, if we find a lifeless planet that is in the habitable zone and we manage to terraform it and then live on it, that's not parasitism. But we could eventually, use it up. If we go out to the asteroid belt and mine out Ceres until there's nothing left in it, is that parasitism? Not really, because there's nothing there. No one's currently using the stuff on that asteroid. It's just sitting there. There isn't any life there. Crimson Dwarven Citadel, where everyone but one dwarf died because he was in stasis and now lives with a ghost of his roommate, a tabaxi who evolved from his cat millennia ago in the castle's pilot consciousness, and eventually also a golem. Yeah, that's getting a little bit more into non-D&D stuff. Alright, then we have our 1x1 and 1x1 to 2x6 bracket. These are interesting. Tabaxi or D&D, yes. But the whole evolving part and... also, castle's pilot consciousness. The thing about Dwarven Citadels is that the power source is all the dwarves working together to create stuff. There would be one navigator, though. Not really a pilot. Oh, making a Red Dwarf reference. Fair. I have not actually watched Red Dwarf. More than like a couple episodes. I mean, they might, but they can't move it. Comedy campaign idea. A Spelljammer ship gets put into a stasis somehow. They wake up 5,000 years later in orbit of a highly advanced world. But to do that, then you have to use the Buck Rogers rules for that world, because that's D&D. Yeah, but I don't think it lasts that long. Alright. So, bag number 1 done. Spare parts, 1x1 cylinder plates in trans orange, trans light blue, trans red, yellow, and a black friction pin. Bag number 2. Sadly, because Buck Rogers mostly has, for monsters, Jennies, genetically engineered creatures, they don't actually have a whole lot of, like, Monstrous Compendium-style sheets. Actually, let me put these parts over here. I have looked through some products for for inspiration for Spelljammer monsters, and sadly, not too many. Am I a fan of Buck Rogers? I like the TV show with Gil Gerard. I haven't seen it in a while. I think it had reruns on Sci-Fi Channel. I saw it when I was a kid, even though that was well after it had aired. I must have seen it on reruns. All right, so here are the Anzellans, I think. Very, very tiny little figs. But the arms are rod elements, so they can be clipped to stuff. I haven't played the tabletop Buck Rogers. I've only played the 2 Gold Box games, but I do like them. I think that that they are good Gold Box games. They're fun and interesting. Handle the both the engine and the rule set well. Okay, that goes on there. I don't have any, like, connection to the old serials or... I think there was a comic strip originally. I think, maybe, I don't know. Wasn't there an attempt at having a new Buck Rogers thing, kind of like 20 years ago or something? Can't remember. But beyond that, like, not like a huge fan of it. I don't go out of my way for it or anything like that. Oh, yeah, I'm probably thinking of the Flash Gordon one. Which I did watch. It was like one season on the Sci-Fi Channel, and I remember they went to Shenandoah Park. Dear viewers, that was not Shenandoah. I know Shenandoah. It was very silly. It was very clearly the Pacific Northwest. They went to Shenandoah Park, and it was like this long straight road with a meadow and then conifers beyond it. That was Shenandoah. Oh, they said Sham-Endoah. Ah, I see, I see. One of my favorite things really is when they when something is supposed to take place in the DC area and it's very clearly filmed someplace completely different. I imagine it's kind of like people who enjoy the hills of Illinois, or like the mountains of Illinois in some movies. I think yeah, National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation, I think, was one, because I think they're supposed to live in like a suburb of Chicago, and they go to a clearly mountainous area to get the Christmas tree. Right, there we go. Okay, macaroni plate on here. Locking this part in. There was an episode of Bones where they went to Bowie, Maryland, and they took a helicopter there. Oh, no. Was it... I think they went to Burtonsville. Or something like that. Like, someplace that is like 20 miles outside DC. Is still very, 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 very urban. And it's like something out of Twin Peaks. Watches movies that take place in Alaska. Uh-huh. The interesting thing is that National Lampoon's Vacation actually did, like, they did go from Chicago and then, like, went place by place and filmed at all these locations along the way. Gotta love when you can tell the screenwriter has never been to the area that they were writing about. Yeah. On the other hand, sometimes there are great location shots that are perfect. My favorite is the movie Man of the People, I think it was. The one where shoot, I'm blanking on his name. Can't believe I'm blanking on his name. Now my brain doesn't want to work until I Robin Williams, thank you. Yes, thank you. So it was the Robin Williams comedy about him playing a comedian who runs for office and then for the presidency wins because of shenanigans with the election machines that he was not a part of. But they did film in the DC area. There is a parking garage not that far from where I live that I park in when I go to stuff in that area. And it's just like this establishing shot of one of the characters driving into a parking garage in the area. It was great. I was like that meme of Leonardo DiCaprio. Ooh, pointing. I should rewatch that movie. Must have been expensive for a comedy to film in DC. Well, I mean, it's about a guy running for office. They had to film it in DC. It's one of the good things about DC is that if you want it to be authentic, you have to film it in DC. The Leo pointing meme. All the LA shows with Vancouver backdrop. Yeah, I was mentioning some time ago about how the DC Metro has a requirement that you can only film on the Metro if you're doing things that are actually allowed on the Metro. So you can't have any kind of action sequence on the Metro because you're not allowed to legally do those things on the Metro. It's great to see all these movies with, like, New York or Chicago's subway system standing in for the DC Metro. You found the best movie that took place in Alaska because the location at least looks like Alaska? Well, go ahead and share that, Bahamut. One of the most original expensive scenes in movie history. In the original Gone in 60 Seconds, the one in the 70s, they had a scene where the protagonist running from police crashes into a line of parked cars at a dealership. They had permission from the dealership to film there. They never told the dealership about this stunt. I love in that movie where, like, everyone's just, like, standing around watching these cars speed by because they know a movie's being filmed there, as opposed to, yeah, act like there is a police chase of a fugitive kind of thing. They were higher-end muscle cars. Whoopsie. Legion of Fire Killer Ants. Okay, can't say I have heard that one. Midnight Cowboy, I think it is. That driver like went through the barrier to make it a closed set, kind of, or a closed street. Like, they went around the sign, or whatever it was. It was completely unscripted. That's pretty amazing to stay in character when you basically almost get run over. The filming was illegal? I thought that they had something up saying that they were filming there and the car drove around it. That's what I heard. I don't know. I haven't looked it up. Alright, we got a set of tools to go there, including Thor's hammer. Oh, wait, actually, they go the other way. Okay, lots of spare parts. We got an ice pick. We got gold scissors. 1x1 cylinder plates in, I think, light azure and brown. 1x1 tiles in white and a medium nougat. 1x1 tile slopes in trans red and trans light blue. 1x1 tile with round ends in dark gray, and a light azure 1x1 cylinder tile. Bag number 3. Shears for harvesting a golden fleece. I mean, I think I think Midnight Cowboy is supposed to be a classic film. It's supposed to be really good. I haven't seen it myself. Maybe one day. Criterion Channel this month has a bunch of 80s remakes with their originals, which of course includes The Thing, one of the great remakes of all time. So much better than the original. The original is not very good. I mean, for a 50s monster movie, it's good, but as a movie itself, it's not very good. Tombstone is pretty accurate for Arizona, but that's because that part of the city is used for reenactment. Yeah, they filmed there, didn't they? One of my favorites in the films in an alternate location situations is Due South, the TV show. They film in Toronto, and for the episodes where they went to Toronto, they filmed in Chicago. Which is just absolutely perfect. It's a real sense of humor. No monster movie better than Them, which oddly got an old-style point-and-click adventure game. I mean, it is an interesting movie. I will say that. And its not goodness is pretty standard for, 50s monster movies. Like, it's not good in the exact same way that so many others are not good. But it has good filming, good locations. There is one scene where I honestly... Oh, no, not that. I honestly cannot believe that they did it, where they lit up one of the rooms that they were filming in. Just absolutely incinerated it. And I can't believe that that people were not seriously injured in that. Like, so many of the actors were right there. And it was a real conflagration. Has Ald seen The Day of the Dolphin? I can't recall that I have. It doesn't sound very familiar. (1973) odd thriller? Okay, no, I definitely have not then. I mean, I'm all for watching stuff like that. Is that like the dolphins start attacking people? Is that like Alfred Hitchcock's The Birds, except with dolphins kind of thing? This trans orange. And yeah, Them is the giant ant movie. I have seen that one. Is it as good as the giant grasshopper one with Peter Graves? I think not. I'm joking, of course. But speaking of Peter Graves, the monster in the The Thing from Another World, the original. Actually had James Arness, Peter Graves' brother, as the monster. Oh, there's a giant. Oh yeah, there's a giant grasshopper movie. Oh yeah, it's a Mystery Science Theater 3000 episode too. They had a classic movies night at college. They showed The Blob. Your friends and I were cheering on The Blob because why not? And actually, like that's not even a bad, 60s monster movie. I mean, it's got nothing on the remake, which they should have had that one on the on Criterion Channel too. Because the '80s Blob, oh, that's so good. That's another great one. And Gilded Tongue, thank you very much for gifting out a sub. I really do appreciate it. Someone trains a dolphin assassin. Okay, I think I have heard of that one. Alright, so we have a battle droid body here. Get that in there. We have golden battle droid legs here. Click that in there. Still need to watch the Rift Tracks and Night of the Lepus. It's a pretty good one. It is the most adorable giant monster movie that you will ever see. Isn't Night of the Lepus funny enough on its own? Sure, but you can also make it funnier with a commentary track. Nothing wrong with that. You've seen it, the movie was not that good, if you recall? I mean, again, the dolphin film. Got it. I mean, no, it's someone trains a dolphin to be a killer. It's not going to be good. The question, though, the real question is it going to be fun? At this point, with all the kaiju films from Japan, B-movies, and whatever else, is there anything that hasn't become a giant insert species here movie? Probably. We should look into that sometime. What needs to have a giant monster movie made of it? Giant tardigrade? To be fair, those haven't been known that long, I don't think. And also, it would be like the like Night of the Lepus. Too adorable. Watership Down disabused you of the bunnies are just cute little hoppers? Well, sure, but Night of the Lepus has the most adorable giant rabbits. Because they are bunnies. They're not like hares. They're not like, wild rabbits or anything like that. They're bunnies. Yeah, not a rogue AI. I will say I have seen the movie Frogs. Was it Frog or Frogs? I can't remember. It has a distinct lack of giant frogs, much to literally everyone's disappointment. You can see it now, Attack of the 50-Foot Cow and Night of the Giant Chinchilla. Yeah, anything adorable should probably not get a giant monster movie. Giant rabbits covered in strawberry jam living their best life, and eating adorable little tiny heads of lettuce. Can't forget that. And occasionally someone in a rabbit costume. You remember them running over the tiny model houses and cars? Yeah. Yeah, they run over quite a few models. It is very adorable. Because again, they're bunnies. Giant capybara just hangs out by the city. Yeah, you can't have anything that's adorable. Doesn't work. Kingdom of the Spiders? Yeah, that works. Although, I don't think there were any giant spiders in that one, now that I think about it. Because most spiders are not adorable, you know? But then again, there's also been plenty of giant spider movies. Revenge of the Giant Sloth movie takes forever to get to any action. Action? It's a sloth. Of course, they could take a cue from Dark Sun, Seelan, and have it a genetically mutated giant sloth that ain't so sloth-like. I mean, plenty of the various giant monsters ended up on MST3K. You had the Gila monster, the giant Gila monster. You had the Black Scorpion. I can never remember the name of the giant grasshopper one because it's so. You do not expect it to be a giant grasshopper movie with the name it has. Like with that name, it should be a nuclear holocaust movie or something like that. Yeah, I think it was beginning of the end. Yeah, that should not be a giant grasshopper movie, which the best part about it is when they have the grasshoppers literally, like normal grasshoppers, literally crawling on postcards or photos of Chicago buildings. That's the best part. But yeah, I mean, with a name like Beginning to the End, that is not a giant grasshopper movie name. You wonder if they were inspired by them? Probably. Check to see if the when it was published. Oh yeah, Peter Graves was in it. Peter Graves is like, give me something with Peter Graves and I'm a happy man. Them 54 and 57. Yep, there you go. Definitely inspired. I mean, I'm pretty sure them inspired a lot of other things too, like a lot of movies. Beginning of the End, 1957, is a classic sci-fi horror film directed by Burt I. Gordon. Yep, Burt I. Gordon. Featuring giant irradiated grasshoppers that attack Chicago. Movie stars Peter Graves as an agricultural scientist and Peggy Castle as a journalist trying to stop the creatures. It is known for its low-budget special effects, often using real grasshoppers crawling over still photos of city buildings. Literally the best part. Literally the best part. What, do you recognize her from something? I have not had these in Azure before. Could have been even lower effort, crawling on pictures of buildings. I'm not seeing how that's any different from what they actually did. These are being... Okay, so this element here just rests on that. The width of the 2L bar with stop is enough to make it not slide around, and then it uses the translate blue to hold it in place. No, I said that they had... they were crawling on photos of the buildings. I'm pretty sure they had models too. But they also had just straight up photos. Also, the models thing may have been cross conversation with the Knight of the Lepus. Okay, there we go. That on there. Pull that part off by accident. That on, so we got a pair of engines there. And spare parts, trans orange 1x1 tile slope, trans light blue 1x1 cylinder plate with hollow stud, bright orange, bright yellow, I'm sorry, 1x1 cylinder plate, a cylinder tile with top peg, and a medium azure 2L bar with stop. I mean, Bird Eye Gordon movies are always low budget. That's one of the great things about them. You know you're in for an MST3K treat when you have a Bird Eye Gordon movie. He went by the name Mr. Big. Okay. And 1x1 tile slope there and there. There was also a section in the movie where they had one of the giant grasshoppers captured in a giant cage, and it was just, you know, a regular grasshopper optical effect put in there in the cage. It was great. Burt versus Corman. I mean, there's no comparison. Roger Corman is a master of low-budget filmmaking. Take any movie with the same budget, and the Roger Corman version is going to be better. Low budget, I should say. I don't know what he would do with a high budget. even his really good movies are still kind of low budget. I'm making 2 of these. Yes, I am. Yeah, there's just no comparison between the two. I mean, he made the original Little Shop of Horrors on a bet on whether he could make a movie in a weekend. Battle for the Stars, aka Seven Samurai in Space. No, not the one with Rick Moranis. That's a remake. A better remake. It's actually based on the stage play version of it. You're glad they invited the Corman actors to the new Fantastic Four premiere? The Corman actors were actually in the movie. Two of them had voiceovers, like newscaster voiceover type things, and I think the other two were in the background. Yeah, honestly, like sometimes it's kind of a shame that they haven't done more of that. I mean, Lou Ferrigno was in the original 2008 Incredible Hulk, but that's about it. I think he's one of the few, like, cameos. I think a Bill Bixby movie might have been playing in one of them, too. Yeah, it was a security guard in the 2008 Hulk movie. Bixby was in the Avengers? Pretty sure Bixby was dead by then. I mean, they can have a cameo by having a movie that he was in the background. I think they did that. Yeah, he died in the 1990s. That's one of the reasons why they didn't do more Incredible Hulk TV show movies. Which I actually watched the trial of the Incredible Hulk. It's not bad, all things considered. For a 1980s superhero team-up movie, TV movie, it's not bad. It's not great. But like, they should have had the actor who played Daredevil in that in the one of the Daredevil TV series. Attack of the Killer Tomatoes: Organic Intelligence is the fifth installment in the cult franchise, scheduled to be released in February 2026. Directed by David Farino, this new entry pits humanity against AI-driven, genetically modified tomatoes, starring David Koechner, Eric Roberts, and featuring the return of John Astin. John Astin still alive? Also, of course, Eric Roberts. Yeah, Bill Bixby was dead by that point. John Rhys Davies is Wilson Fisk. Why could we not have this casting in the movies? Because John Rhys Davies didn't shave his head. We could fix that in post. To be fair, John Rhys Davies is probably, like, he's still a working actor. And especially after, I mean, like, he's not exactly a small name actor either. But, like, the guy who played Daredevil would have been good. And, like, there was a I haven't watched the other one. There were two movies that were intended to be backdoor pilots for other superhero TV shows at the time. The Trial of the Incredible Hulk, where they had Daredevil, Matthew Murdock show up. That was one of them. The other one was actually Thor. I haven't seen that one. And I doubt they had the actor who played Thor have a cameo, which they should have. But I mean, they could have had Reb Brown in one of the Captain America movies. Okay, and this goes on here, and this one goes on here. Find the guy that played the mechanic, the one kids think is Thor from Adventures in Babysitting. Guess what, Not-A-Rogue AI? He's in the Marvel MCU. He doesn't have a cameo because he's Wilson Fisk. I'm pretty sure that was Vincent D'Onofrio. You haven't seen that in so long, you'll check? That is a good movie. I do love that movie. I had a bit of a crush on Elizabeth Shue because of that movie. You'll always think of that guy when the name Thor is mentioned, even though you've seen the movies and stuff. You need to specify what you're saying what to, Bahamut. I'm not sure what you're saying what to. You don't even know what you're saying what to. Fair enough. I just perked up when you started hearing names in movies. We were talking about people who should be getting cameos in movies. Used to love Adventures in Babysitting, but you overwatched it and now can't really sit through it anymore. That's too bad. Found a clip of the scene, and yeah, Vincent? Yeah. That's what I thought. I have seen that movie a few times. Not that, not that he shares scenes with, Chris Hemsworth. Oh, I would say it's more than a decent movie. I think it's a really good movie. He looks so different that young. Oh, yeah. I mean, I saw a movie not too long ago with a young Ben Kingsley in it, who looked very different too. I think he was in that movie and then not in, like, film acting for a while. I think he was doing stage acting. That's true. Yes, it is a rod that I can put the extra Baby Yoda head on. There we go. Oh! Actually, hold on. Even better. Let me see if I can find a spare piece that will fit. I don't know if we have one in that color. No. I actually don't know if they make that piece in that color. Which is a real shame if not. Okay. Well, I have a few pieces. I'm gonna do something. I'm not gonna put on this this rod on the model just yet. All right, spare parts. We've got a dark gray 1x1 cylinder plate with hollow stud, dark gray 1x1 tile slope, gray 1x1 tile, and a trans light blue 1x1, cylinder tile. All right, bag number 5. Some roles are so different you can't recognize the actor. Yeah, like Robert Picardo in, I think it's Krull. Go watch Krull without looking up what Robert Picardo was, what role Robert Picardo had in that. I hope I'm not mixing that up with another movie, though. I might be. It is possible. Okay, there we go. All right. I'm going to put a few pieces together. See, Robert Duvall is Boo Radley if you know he's there. I mean, the thing is that he's mostly in shadow, but if you know he's there, he's easy to recognize. There we go. Let me zoom in on this. There we go. Someone took his head! You don't see Picardo and Krull. Okay, I'm thinking of a different movie. How long am I spending between episodes? I try to do it every episode, but I oftentimes forget. Like, the goal is every episode, but I forget. Krull did have an early Liam Neeson, yes, but he's very obviously Liam Neeson. Yeah, I'm thinking of a different movie. I will have to go look that up. You know what? I got my phone right here. Hold on, because this is bugging me now. This is bugging me. I gotta figure out what movie I'm thinking of. It's an 80s fantasy movie though. Let's see. Do-do-do. Not back to school? No, definitely not. He's been in a lot of things, so I need to scroll pretty far through. It's possible it was 90s, but I think it's 80s. Let's see. Do-do-do. It's possible I'm mixing him up with someone else, though. Legend! That's right! It's Legend! Go watch Legend without looking up what role Robert Picardo had. And then afterwards, tell me if you recognized his role. Weird that I thought that was Krull. Yes. With Tim Curry as the devil. He's not really the devil, but pretty much. And very much another one of those, if you don't know it, you probably won't realize who's in that makeup. And a very, very young Tom Cruise as well. Yes, he's the son of the devil. And yeah, I mean, Legend is a great movie to just watch. But it's also interesting to, like, watch it with a desire to try to identify an actor and then not be able to, because I don't think he'll be easy to identify. So I don't think I've had gray wands before. That goes on there. That goes on there. And we have silver Wolverine claws. It's actually been a while since I've watched Legend. I should watch that again. Guess we're not going over to the other side yet. I'm not going to tell you what role he had. You can either look it up if you are that curious, or watch the movie and try to figure it out. I'm serious. Time to do some more profession grinding in Dragon Quest VII Reimagined? Well, what's the point of me saying you would be surprised at the role and then telling you? Especially if I told you the name, you probably wouldn't even remember the character, so there's also that. I mean, I only figured it out by looking at IMDb. I was like looking at IMDb and just like had a double take. Like, what? He played that character? The hell? They might not be. It's a very visible character. It's not a character who, like, blink and you miss it kind of thing. So you don't have to worry about that. Not like a background character or something like that. I mean, he was already a well-established actor by that point. He's in The Howling. Alright, this goes on right there. I mean, I love, like, just watching stuff and noticing actors in it. So I wouldn't want to take that away from you guys. But you don't want to look at the actor character? Well, that's fine. You don't have to. Find Robbie Coltrane and Krull? That's not hard. That's not hard at all. Robbie Coltrane looks like Robbie Coltrane in that. The other fun thing for Krull is watching that in Deep Space Nine. Being like, Eddington? You had hair. I have not found that thing's part, and I have moved furniture, so I don't know where it is. I may not have moved furniture enough, though. That's the thing. But no, he's still put together. I want to keep him together until I find that part, at least. I would not have accidentally tossed a Lego. And he wouldn't have gotten wrecked in a flood anyway. He's Lego. Only thing that gets damaged by floods is furniture and books and stuff. Move furniture and walk barefoot, you'll find the pieces? You would think. You would think. So I'm not sure if I've gotten any 2x2 quarter cylinder plates. These are pretty new. I think new this year. Okay, that goes right to there. Almost scared for your Magic the Gathering collection because water damage? Yeah, I spilled some like Kool-Aid on a stack of my Magic cards when I was young. For the most part, they're okay. Just like a little bit along the edge for most of them. A few of them got worse damage though. So this is I don't know if I have gotten one of these. No, I have to have gotten one of these. These are the Star Wars canopies, they use them for the B-Wing and the A-Wing. Or at least they did originally. But the difference here, like, the original version had, like, a triangular section at the front, and rather than have, like, a hinge, it just had, like, a 2x2 space of studs here. Will I find Robbie Coltrane in Krull if you find Picardo in Legend? I know exactly which character Robbie Coltrane is in Krull. But sure. I mean, I don't know his character name offhand, but I know exactly which character it is. Remember being surprised to recognize Carol Kane in Gotham TV show? Last saw her in something 15 years before. Okay, under here. Let's move all these parts over here. Remind me who Carol Kane is. Yeah, I have not seen Transylvania 6500. I'm aware of it, but I haven't seen it. You just want someone else to watch Krull? I mean, Krull is one of my favorite movies. I love Krull. So much so that I got really annoyed at a former friend. This is one of the reasons why he's a former friend. When he visited after not having seen him in a while. Like, he wasn't visiting me, he was visiting other people. But he stopped by. And I didn't know he was coming. And I was watching Krull, and he's like, "Oh, watching terrible movies again." I'm like, "No." Valerie, the wife of Miracle Max. Got it. Yeah, okay. Oops. Okay. Other pieces going on this. Should have realized. You actually had a novelization of Krull. Nice. I think Krull is a legitimately good movie. It's well shot. It's got good special effects. Barring some bad green screening, but... Okay. The only spare part is Wolverine claws in silver. And bag number 6. Oh, actually, no. Wasn't the only part. Missed this one. A gray 1x1 quarter cylinder tile. You just reminded me of the peanut butter solution, Noah Bunny. Gilded Tongue, yes, I will. I will give them a glaive +3, specifically the polearm. Alright, cup on the table. You will throw that polearm. Alright, Marav, have a good rest of your night. Thank you very much for coming on out. There's a black arm. Alright, so, I don't know if I've gotten one of the battle droid heads in a really long time. But that goes in there. As does a black arm, as does a red arm. +3 glaive of backbiting. Yeah. Love backbiting weapons. The Peanut Butter Solution is a movie, a children's movie from the 80s that is traumatizing. I don't think there's any kids who watched it who do not remember it. Do you want to know why? I mean, it's up to you. It's not like it's not traumatizing in the like. I mean, it's a kids movie. More or less traumatizing than Watership Down. See, Watership Down isn't a children's movie. That's the thing. The Peanut Butter Solution is a children's movie. It's traumatizing just because it's actually well acted for a children's movie. It has things that a kid will find creepy. Yes, but that still doesn't mean that Watership Down is a children's movie. Like, the Peanut Butter Solution will not traumatize an adult. It is one of those things where, to a child, some of the stuff in it and the imagery is very strange and could be frightening. I mean, I got scared of the Goonies when I was like 4 and made my mother take me out of it, so... Just because something is traumatizing to a kid. And it's not really traumatizing. It's not the kind of thing where a kid will have to go to therapy for the rest of their life. It's just one of those things of, like, it has some imagery that can be kind of frightening to a child. It's not killing Optimus Prime? I mean, I would kind of put it in a similar category. Oh, Peter Cullen is a great voice actor, yeah. I mean, The Peanut Butter Solution was one of those movies that I saw. I am pretty sure I only saw it once as a kid, and it stuck with me. Similarly, The Earthling. Not sure how well you'd relate to traumatizing kids' movie notions. Well, that's not a kids' movie. And not every kid was you know, affected by it and stuff like that. But I mean, we're talking about, like, kids who get scared of monsters under their bed kind of thing, you know? I mean, I saw part of Jaws 3D when I was a kid. With kids who were younger than me, whose parents didn't give a crap. Mine unfortunately found out. Came over and got me. I mean, every kid reacts to things in different ways, to different things. Which is one reason why I don't think there's really, like, you can have any kind of, like, one kind of view of, like, oh yeah, this movie is good for, is good for kids, this movie is not, kind of thing. Some kids' movies are gonna bother some kids and not bother others. And the only way you're going to find that out is by actually showing it to them. Yep. Like, parental guidance suggested is literally that. Parental guidance is suggested. Favorite PG movie is Logan's Run. Haven't seen that in a while to know what part of that you're referencing. I feel like Logan's Run might just be, like, kind of boring for kids. Like, sometimes some of this stuff is just a case of, like, kids aren't going to be bothered by some of these movies so much as they're just not going to get it and thus not be interested. Its themes might be horrifying, but is a kid gonna get it? Like, scared of the robot, I can see, but are they gonna understand the actual existential horror of the movie? Kids, I don't think really get existential horror. That's fair. But I mean, kids aren't bothered by nudity per se. Okay, that goes right in there. You're killed at age 30 seems pretty straightforward, scary to you. Right, but you're an adult. Kids don't necessarily understand what that means. And to kids, to a 5-year-old, who may not even understand what death is. Yeah, it's forever away. Even at 10, yeah, it's forever away. 5 to 10-year-old is going to think that someone who's 30 is really old. That's just kind of the nature of like, things that you need to be an adult to understand. Kids just aren't going to, it's not going to register to them. In a lot of ways. That doesn't necessarily mean that a kid should see it and stuff like that. I'm not saying that by any means. I'm just saying, like, in a lot of ways, kids just won't pick up on these things. And kids don't always understand what death really is anyway. Okay. Spare parts. We got 1x1 cylinder plate in gray and bright yellow. Straight robot arm in black. Crooked robot arm in red, and a gray roller skate. Those are our extra pieces. Let's go ahead and put the roof on the ship. There we go. Landing gear doesn't retract, which would be nice, but it's okay. Take that off. Go ahead and put these little guys in there. There in the cockpit. Was that not going down because of his head? Alright, I need to get him someplace else. Let's see. What about there? Is that... Nope. It's too tall for that. What about right there? There we go. Now he fits. All right. Decent little spaceship. I like it. A lot of good, a lot of good gray, which I do appreciate. I'd love to have more outward flaring cones for engines, because there's a lot more things that have engines that look like that I might want to build. But, oh well. Yeah, actually, no, his head should be fine. It is not. No, that's... Alright, there we go. Term cockpit originated in the 16th century, referring literally to a pit used for cockfighting, and later evolved to describe any cramped, intense, or dangerous space, eventually being applied to the small, high-stress, and often open-air compartment where pilots in World War I sat. There you go. Okay, so that one is done. Before we wrap things up, I've got one more to build. Well, actually, I have two more to build, but I'm not sure if I'm going to build both of them. So we have Jedi Bob's Starfighter. This guy, Jedi Bob here, he was an unnamed Jedi in an early Lego set. It was just a generic Jedi for one of the Clone Wars sets, and the people on like the Lego Star Wars fans, just started calling him Jedi Bob, so he got canonized at least in Lego terms, and he got his own Starfighter here. I think the best movies you watched as a kid were horror movies. There's some interesting, like, gateway horror movies. I mean, like, you could call Gremlins a gateway horror movie. It's not too scary, so it's acceptable to kids. Yeah, but it's also, like, I mean, kids aren't going to necessarily understand all the comedy either. Tremors, I would just put as a monster movie rather than horror. Which I guess technically is a kind of horror, but still. You saw Gremlins 2 first? Ooh. At some point when I was a kid, I saw a basket case. I'm pretty sure on TV, probably on cable. It was quite the interesting experience. That is a movie that has stuck with me. So we have an Akbar Trooper. Stormtrooper outfit, but Admiral Akbar head. After seeing Gremlins, a joke about Phoebe Cates talking about Lincoln's birthday clicked. This is an actual fabric cape as opposed to one of the, well, rather than one of the starchy ones. He's got a very similar outfit and appearance to his original appearance as well. There we go, Jedi Bob. There's the Akbar Trooper as well. So they do eyes a lot differently these days. These are just black dots, which is how they were doing eyes back then. This is a Gonk droid. AKA the 70s trash can droid. everyone was always happy back then in Legoland. Not all of the licensed figs. A lot of them had very stern expressions, actually. There we go. Got our Gonk droid there. Let's build the Starfighter. 5L axle. Everything was happy in Legoland, where you had ice cream and soda for 5 Lego cents and could eat candy for dinner. Back then, they didn't actually have a whole lot of actual Lego food. They definitely had French bread. Anyone remember Candyland? Of course. Only one of the most popular kids' board games. Thought that was Monopoly? I said one of the most popular. I didn't say the most popular. I don't know what the most popular is. I think someone did an overly serious review of Candyland complaining you can't lose the game. It's probably why it's a good kids game then. Kind of like how tic-tac-toe is only good for kids. Once you know the strategy, and you can't lose, and no one can win. It was meant to be funny, overly serious. Yeah, no, I'm sure. Just commenting that that's probably why it was so successful. I wish I could remember when I actually saw Basket Case. It was probably a day that I was sick. There was at least there was one day that I specifically remember I was really sick and I couldn't sleep and I just watched movies all night. Probably on cable. And that might have been when I saw Basket Case. I know I saw a couple of dinosaur movies at the same time. Well, I don't know about it at the same time, but I saw some dinosaur movies when I stayed up late because I couldn't sleep and I was sick. Specifically, Dinosaurus and Planet of Dinosaurs, both of which have been riffed by riff tracks now. And I love them so much. I love those movies. Dinosaur Us, US. It's actually by the guy who made The Blob. He was trying to... Like, The Blob was made cheaply with an up-and-coming actor, Steve McQueen, who then got really big. Like I think The Blob was Steve McQueen's breakout role, and then he got really big. And he really wanted to get Steve McQueen back for Dinosaurus, but he couldn't. Because Steve McQueen was a big actor at that point. He wasn't about to do a low-budget monster movie. Looking at the trailer for Basket Case, it reminds you of the Creepshow short about the thing in the box under the stairs. Basket Case is a really messed up movie. And it's one of the reasons why I'm, like, actually shocked that I somehow saw it as a kid. Because I have no idea how I managed that. No, I understand that. I'm just saying. Like, it's a messed up movie. In a good way. Howdy, Shield of Hope. How's it going? Doing okay? Better than not doing okay. Dinosaurus is fun. It's ridiculous, but it's fun. As basically a 60s monster movie. Alright, bag number 2. So, spare parts. We've got a gray half bushing, gray 1x1 cylinder tile with a top peg, gray 1x1 tile with a keypad print, trans neon green 1x1 cylinder plate, and a brushed chrome silver lightsaber handle. People in a tram under attack? I think that was a bus, not a tram. It's fun, that puts it ahead of Theodore Rex. What isn't ahead of Theodore Rex? It's an interesting egg-shaped dome. No, a cookie is definitely ahead of a Theodore Rex. In fact, I'm pretty sure all the cookies in Theodore Rex were embarrassed to be in Theodore Rex. That's how bad Theodore Rex is. You know, many things are worse than Theodore Rex. Yes, Whoopi Goldberg was in that movie as a racist. No, I'm sorry, not a racist, a speciesist. She actually tried to get out of it, I think, when she realized what the movie was going to be. And so the filmmakers sued her to uphold her contract. That's how bad it is. Was this after Ghost but before Sister Act? I have no idea. I don't know the order of those. You'd probably have to look up IMDb to see what the order was with that. It is extremely bad. Everyone involved should be embarrassed that they were in it. It was 95, Ghost was 90, and Sister Act 92. Yeah, I mean, she was not a small actor at the time. I don't know if she just was unaware of what was going to be going into that movie. And then once she realized, was like, whoa, no, 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 no. And then couldn't get out of it. And then they didn't even release it on in theaters. Like, it was like direct to video. Topics in this stream really do highlight the age group represented. It's true. I mean, I could talk. No, she didn't have a romantic relationship with the dinosaur. The dinosaur ended up having a romantic relationship with the widow of the dinosaur whose death they're investigating. The movie just tried to do social commentary in a really, really awful way. Dino and Theodore Rex reminded you of the Dino from the Dinosaurs TV show? Actually, a show actually good at social commentary. Like, if you want to see a people in dino suits with social commentary thing, watch Dinosaurs. And not Theodore Rex. I mean, the costumes in Theodore Rex weren't bad, although you can tell when the actor had no idea what they were, where their dinosaur body was in relation to everything else. Ends with everyone waiting to die because of corporate greed. Alright, so Jedi Bob has in his Starfighter a carton of blue milk and a space banana. Stop or my mom will shoot. So do you know how they got Sylvester Stallone? Wait, no, actually, so I think that Sylvester Stallone was gonna be is in that movie because Arnold Schwarzenegger said he was going to be in it. He was considering it, so Sylvester Stallone jumped on it. But Arnold was specifically saying that to get Sylvester into a bad movie. Like, that's pretty amazing. Like, talk about a pretty epic troll. And that's why Arnold became a politician. I'm pretty sure I've seen it once, but that's it. Because Arnold had been in so many bad movies himself. I mean, I'm pretty sure the reason was just, like, Arnold recognized that the movie was bad, but there was an intense rivalry between Sylvester Stallone and Arnold Schwarzenegger for, like, action star roles and stuff. That Arnold recognized that the movie would be bad, so he said that he was going to be in it. He was considering it so that Stallone would take it. Would take that role. What do you mean it was his best movie? Still gonna say the Terminator was his best. Okay, in the front of these, we got ice skates. For some reason. Don't ask me. Better movie, Terminator 1 or Terminator 2? I think it depends on what you're going for, kind of thing. Alright, spare parts, 1x1 plate in black, 1x1 plate with a horizontal clip in dark gray, 1x2 half circle tile, white 1x1 peak slope, white 1x1 tile slope, and a silver ice skate. So, like, the Terminator is an excellent pure action movie. Terminator 2 is more than just a pure action movie. Okay, we got that landing gear there. Oh, oops. That 1x1 plate with clip was not extra. That's his headrest. And then we put the egg dome on. Alright, bag number 3. Yeah, the Conan movies are pretty good. I think the best thing about the Conan movies, though, is Mako. Never sure exactly how he pronounces his name. I always felt he stole the show. Right, but it's a stage name. And he's American. Alright, Gilded Tongue, have a good rest of your night. Ah, well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't really matter. I really like him as an actor. Yeah, it's still American. He got citizenship. Yes, but you're still just speculating unless you have something indicating how it's pronounced. Like, again, I'm specifically saying I don't know. I'm not saying one way is correct and the other way is not. Just saying that there could be multiple ways he chooses to pronounce it. Oops, not that one. That one. So we have one of the beam shooters. Not really a big fan of those myself. Wait a second. Oops. Missed that. This goes right there. I have an urge to watch The Thing again. It's on Criterion Channel, as I mentioned earlier. Love that movie. Not so much the original. No, not bee shooter. Beam shooter. It's it basically acts as like the laser beams for Star Wars sets. Haven't actually seen them in many other sets. Which is interesting. And then we have the surprisingly still being made Technic ski pole, although this is now a flat... That might actually be longer, I don't know. The tip, it used to be rounded. Now it's just flat. There we go. So basically, to play with this, you launch the thing out, and it represents the shots coming out of there. There we go. Get those in there. 16, spare parts. 1L beam in black, and dark gray 1x1 cylinder tile. What are my thoughts on the ending of the thing? Are either of them the thing? No, I don't think either of them are, but it also doesn't matter. Like, it specifically doesn't matter. I don't like that the stupid soft reboot prequel tried to answer the question. No. So at the earlier scene where McCready is testing all of the everyone's blood, the one who is a thing does not have an eye light. That's that little tiny light that you get in the eye to, you know, to give it a little bit of a extra life in a movie. The one who's the thing does not have that. The lighting person asked whether he wanted to do that same thing at the end, and he specifically said no. So they both have eye lights. But that doesn't mean... But he did that specifically to not indicate that one of them is a thing or not. The point is not to know. Right, that's the point of it, is that they can't know, and they're gonna die. And there's nothing they can do about it. And even if one of them was the thing, again, there's nothing that either of them could do about it. What I can't believe about the prequel is that they were planning to do all practical special effects, and then studio heads were like, no, use shitty CG. Terrible. I haven't actually seen it, I've just seen about it. Right. No, they were. Practical effects are usually better than CG. Unless A, the CG is really good, or B, it's just not something that you could do practically with practical effects. Like, the dinosaurs in Jurassic Park look really good, but at the same time, especially now, you can tell that they're CG. Oh yeah, yeah. That is a classic high quality. Practical effect. I mean, honestly, even cheesy low budget practical effects are better than cheesy low budget CG. And then we have the other ski pole. There we go. Stick the beams into the beam shooters. So they stick out here, and you just... you tab it. See, it's got this little notch there, which fits in there. And it's basically, it's pushing it up this way. So if you push it down, the catch releases, and it fires. So, it comes with an extra one as well. I'm not going to leave them in there. There we go. This is very dark, though. That's an interesting ship design. Pretty sleek. But good for zooming. This little bit here is good for holding with your hand, so you can zoom it around. That's pretty nice. You're debating how much job grinding you want to do for Dragon Quest VII? You do eventually want to try to master all jobs just because you're sure there's an achievement for that? You haven't decided if I'm going to do all of that. I want to have at least one job, like, every job mastered on someone. But because you can't accumulate abilities, I'm kind of like, I don't know. Alright. So, I haven't done a stream in a little while. So I think I'm going to do a little bit more. I've got one other set to build. The Force Burner Snowspeeder. This is another, I think, non-canon thing. But I kind of liked the some of the parts in it. I'm really curious about the canopy. Got flame stickers, as you do. Which I am not going to use, of course. I think that's the canopy. 4, 3, 2, and 1. Hot Rod Snowspeeder ready for the drag race, exactly. Get rid of the brick separator there. didn't even go through all of the pictures. I do like the the rebuild the galaxy non-canon stuff. I think is kind of interesting. Like I kind of would like to get the Dark Falcon. I think it looks pretty nice. Okay, let's see. So this guy, I have no idea who he is. He's apparently a Sith, I think. Saw something horrific, a modeler making Muppet versions of the X-Wing and TIE Fighter. Horrific? I think that would be awesome. I mean, there was nothing better out there than the Fabuland AT-AT. Nothing better. Oops. Glad that didn't go on the floor. Regardless of how much job grinding you decide to do, 3 laps of the volcano is good enough for tonight. Alright, Sealan. Oh, are you going to bed or are you not? Sorry, I may have misinterpreted. I'm probably going to go, like, very early in the game and just, like, grind against slimes or something, because they give the same job points. I figured it wasn't Lego since I figured you would have said so. Not going to bed just yet. Fair enough. Sorry I misinterpreted. Like, I'm gonna swap the nose for treasure option to whistle, and just like constantly whistle and set them all on auto. That's what I've done already for a little bit of grinding. The funniest thing is that, like, I had someone with a whip or a boomerang, and they were all, like, they were killing all the enemies before Ald ever got a turn. I think he got, like, his hyped-up mode or whatever it was, for a while, and just, like, had that forever. It never went away, because he never got to use it. Sounds like a recipe for a cacophony? Well, yeah, I turned down the audio. That's what I do when I'm grinding in basically any game. Not sure how I feel about the can't accumulate the skills. Never actually did those. Never did that one. I was doing a lot of other stuff. Mostly grinding for, in FF9, I mean. I mostly grinded for job points as opposed to levels. I was under the mistaken impression that you get stat transfer, and I think you still can get a little bit with the Marcus grind, and I left that on overnight. Okay, so we have one of the speeder bikes, but it feels a lot stubbier than the one in the movie. All right, so spare parts. We got a chrome silver and a. This is like a gunmetal lightsaber hilt, and a 1x1 cylinder plate in trans orange. All right, bag number 2. Okay, we get this other character. The names are on the box, but I didn't recognize them, and I don't care. There's his hair. He has a trans orange lightsaber, which I don't know that I've gotten trans orange 4L beam before. Still amused that Cecil has a higher int growth in FF4 than Tella. I'm not sure if Tella's intelligence actually grows, though. I think that's might be part of it. But yeah, like it's the part of the problem with using intelligence rather than like magic as a stat when it doesn't actually mean anything other than magic is better. Because then you're in this position of like, this character is smarter than this other character who's literally a sage. And it's silly. Like, if you don't have bounded stats, I think you should not have stats that mean something in the real world in plain English. It might be small. I don't know. It has been a while since I looked at it. But yeah, it's either non-existent or small, so doesn't much matter either way. And of course, int doesn't even matter for Cecil. Which is the other silly thing. You had a strength from 1 to 4. Yeah, too bad I don't think that matters. I think you need to get like 16 for you to get an actual modifier to his damage. It might affect magic defense, though. I'm not sure. Can't remember. It has been a little while since I've looked at the stats very closely. Yeah, no, that's pretty difficult. We have one of the classic button console patterns from old Star Wars days. Highly amused that they're still using that print. Hey, he wanted to do that. He wanted to get Meteo. As a randomizer player, you do know that keeping Cecil's agility as low as possible is crucial to a low-level finish. Yeah, that's because of the stat anchoring for speed. My favorite thing in Final Fantasy IV was the time I was playing the original, probably a translation patch, or it may have been like the PS1 version or something like that. I don't remember, but it had the original abilities, and I was fighting Octomammoth and used Tella's recall, and he recalled Lit 3. It was beautiful. So much damage. I was proud of my old fogey. Which may have been what I named him. It's usually what I named him in my childhood playthroughs. Fogey. You always found it odd they didn't put the Tower of Zod on the map? Yeah, it's because it's floating. He's terrible with magic damage, but it's still a level 3 spell. It's still going to do a lot of damage. It didn't kill Octomammoth, but it was like the first attack, or like it was his first action. So it took off like 5 of the tentacles. I mean, he didn't have that ability anymore by the time you fight Kanazo. He loses that when he gets all of his spells back. Of course, when I first realized that his recall actually used the MP of the spell, I was very disappointed. I was very, very disappointed. Yeah, because he's a fogey. What did I say? Fogey. Yeah, I said fogey. F-O-G-E-Y. He's an old fogey. Oops. Not quite yet. I don't know what else you might have thought you heard. Alright, flip that over. 1x1 cylinder plates. Then we have a stud shooter on the back. With an extra shooter element. Okay, and this goes on right there. Yellow 1x6 tiles to complete that. And then we get the speeder bike clipped in right there. It's like one of those powdered sauce packets from pasta or rice or something. But this is a pretty neat neat canopy. It's dual molded. So we got the black and trans yellow. Only 2 studs in the back there, but lots and lots of little windows. This would make a great piece for like a oh man, I'm thinking like put it up like this and have a minifig standing right here, and you got like a canopy for yeah, it's a snowspeeder canopy, but you got a canopy for like a Blacktron BattleTech style mech. I think that'd be awesome. Not that I'm gonna make that, but black and yellow is the color of Blacktron. Alright, spare parts. We got an extra shooter element, trigger element, black 1x1 tile slope, a red 1x1 tile, and a black 1x1 cylinder plate. I don't know if we've got, like, I'm pretty sure this is a new piece, and we haven't gotten this in the standard, like, standard snow color, Snowspeeder shades. I assume that means that we'll probably get a Snowspeeder next year. I did end up getting quite a few of the original, like, 1999 or 2000 Snowspeeder designs. I really like those. Yeah, I mean, they never hinge in the right place for the toys, but that's okay. Ooh, trans yellow, trans orange 1x4 tile. I'm not sure if I have black wing wedge plates like this. So that's cool. Someone put up their Lego Pod Race display. It featured a Lego iPod and a bunch of Lego Peapods. There's actually actually an interesting kind of pod-like series of sets that they had years ago. Could have been fun to include those. Let's see. That is Right there, yeah. Yeah, one of the reasons why I got this set was because it had parts in interesting colors. I do like getting parts in interesting colors. Oops. Got that a little bit too far forward. Yes, pod racing's popularity waned in the years between Episode 1 and A New Hope. Well, not necessarily. It's entirely possible that, like, I mean, it's a big universe, big galaxy. It's entirely possible that they just weren't, none of the people involved in A New Hope had anything to do with pod racing, kind of thing, you know? I mean, it's like, if you watch the movie Tora, 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 you're not going to know anything about American horse racing. Or soccer, for that matter. Kitty has you trapped. Help you? Sorry, there is no help. You just have to accept your Lord and Master. So stickers would go on there, flame stickers. Doomed by Kitty Love, yep. There is no help. Okay, another sticker would go on there. Glad the trans orange doesn't get completely hidden there. There we go. We got a flap for control. There's our engine in the back. You have kitty treats, but he is sleeping so peacefully. Well, I mean, obviously you can't disturb Kitty. Sometimes dislike how small civilizations feel in Final Fantasy. Oh, yeah. Me too. But I also kind of get it. Like, it's kind of hard to actually show everything. Show how much would actually be there. All the other villages and towns and stuff like that there should be. as they say in LEGO, selective compression. So I don't think LEGO has made this 3x3 25-degree corner slope since the old 12-volt trains. Also, it would help if I got this in the right angle. There we go. And here we have classic Star Wars gun. Yeah, it happens sometimes if I flip the piece around in my hand. And there we go. There's one side of the Snowspeeder. Spare parts. Gray 1x1 tile with round end, and dark gray 1x1 cylinder plate with hollow stud. And bag number 4. Another soft fabric cape. I do appreciate getting those as opposed to the stiff starched ones, which are fine, but soft cloth ones are pretty nice. I have no idea who this character is supposed to be. We do have an open hood, though, which is nice. And he has a pair of purple lightsabers with chains. Or with a chain between them. Where's the chain? There it is. What indeed? But I haven't had trans purple 4L bars before, so that's pretty cool to get as well. Maybe these are sword chucks, lightsaber chucks. You know. Maybe that's what these are supposed to be. Okay, let me actually look at the character names. Alright. Sig Greebling, Darth Dev, and Solitus. Those are the character names. I do. I reference only the freshest of webcomics. It is true. You don't know who those are? Oh, jeez, I can't believe you. I thought you were supposed to be an expert, because I just made that up. How dare you, sir? How dare you? At least Ald isn't referencing Freefall comic. Well, I don't know what that is, so, safe there. Right, which is why I arbitrarily assigned it to you. not a rogue AI. If I can't arbitrarily assign expertise to people and then get annoyed when they're not experts, what is even the point? One of the oldest webcomics still running. Oh. Good for him. Whoever it is. So this is a stap. This is a thing from the completely blanking on the name. The prequel, the first prequel movie. I think it was the first prequel. Yeah, I had a bunch of these with battle droids. Phantom Menace, yes, thank you. Has been a long day. So I got a lot of these when they were on sale back in probably 2000 or something. Yeah, but it's still the same thing. I mean, they were brown. STAPP, I think, is what it was. They had battle droids riding them. They were a good parts pack back then. Oh, wait. I goofed that up. This goes there. So nice to get this in dark blue. I think the originals were brown. I would have to double check that though. STAP? Fair enough. Probably misremembering. I mean, it's kind of amazing that I remember it all, considering, you know, I know it from the Lego sets 25 years ago. On the other hand, I know it because of Lego sets, which, you know, fair enough. I am pretty good at remembering Lego-related stuff. The movie doesn't even name them, only secondary media and Lego? Yeah. Well, I mean, like, it's pretty common to do that in movies, where you have a piece of equipment and, like, the movie makers have named it because they've got to, they need to have a name for production purposes, and they might as well give it the in-world name at that point. Like, if you're the special effects person, you're gonna be saying, like, yeah, we're gonna need some, you know, a pair of these staps coming through here, kind of thing, you know. It's pretty reasonable. Kenner Toys named some of the side characters of the original trilogy. Yeah. I mean, that's how. Where did he go? It's how we got Jedi Bob. Original Lego creation, Jedi Bob. Although technically Lego didn't name him. Well, I think they were, because they were, like, other people could use them. Like, I mean, there were the vulture droids, too. Which were, you know, droids that could walk on the ground and fly. I'm guessing that this was just something that was like, already existing that they used. It's one of the advantages of, like, a humanoid robot, is that they can just use stuff that is designed for people. Rather than having things, you know, designed just for themselves. Bespoke stuff. Like, if you were going to make an attack vehicle for an astromech droid to pilot, a human couldn't use it. So it would be bespoke for them. And that's... What happens if you change the design of the astromechs or stop making astromechs, you know? It has been a while since I've seen the movie. It is entirely possible that some of the characters managed to ride on them as well, and that's your non-lore reason for it. I would love some ham. That's fair. It's also possible that, like, they were considering that. You know? Or it was something that, you know, when they designed the vehicle, they wanted flexibility, so that's why they designed it to not be... Huh. So it's yellow here, but it's orange there. Oh, God. That means that we have different... We don't have mirrored ones. No! No! Why? I hate it when they don't have mirrored ones. It's terrible. Yeah, poor me. Like, we have mirrors of all of these. They had a bunch of these in gray in the Lego Pick-a-Brick. And if you grabbed, like, just a handful, you got overwhelmingly one side and not the other. So I spent a lot of time going through and making sure that I got an equal number of both. I mean, I wanted to stack them anyway. But I do have a set that I will be building one of these days. I'm not sure exactly when. But the designers specifically put in... Like, they buried some wedge plates in the base structure. The other side of ones that they used for actual structural elements. Because they knew that Lego builders hate when they get one side and not the other. Alright, so the trans red 1x1 cylinder tiles, which are not extra, well, 2 of them aren't. They go into the stud shooter here on the back. I'm not going to fire any of them. Alright, so actual spare parts. 1 trans red 1x1 cylinder plate. Dark gray 1x1 plate. Dark gray 1x2 half cylinder tile. Dark blue 1x1 tile slope. Black 1x1 cylinder tile with top peg. Pneumatic T in black. And gray lightsaber hilt. And of course the 2 stud shooters. Alright. So that's actually an interesting looking ship. I think the original Lego models of the Snowspeeder was a little bit like thinner and longer. All right, but that is the Force Burner Snowspeeder. It's a pretty good set. It has some good parts. There's definitely some other interesting sets out there. Yeah, they actually had a large-sized STAP with the battle droid. I forgot about that. All right. Well, let's go ahead and put these away because it is time to do some minifigs before we wrap things up for the night. Alright, I'm going to go ahead and just start up the prediction while I get out the minifig. So go ahead and get your predictions in. Let me go ahead and pull one out. What's the oldest unbuilt set that I have? Alright, 5. That's here. I have no idea. I mean, like, do you mean like in box or just unbuilt, like mixed in with stuff? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Inbox. That. All right, let's see. We got 5 from Not a Rogue AI. That would be the King Triton. D20 says 13 for Seelan. That would be the Viking Lady. I'd love to get that. Bahamut also got 13. I'll go ahead and roll my die. 14. So the Boar Knight. Guess one, a Minotaur Actar in a local no-budget sci-fi show sponsored by a cereal company, and a Anzellan Starship fighter. You choose to see him as Poseidon. Actually, Poseidon wouldn't be like that. That would be more like Nereus. But yeah, Lel Bunny, this would be the oldest one that I have. 7850. This is, let's see, copyright 1980, 1989. So this is actually from 1989 itself. This is unopened, completely unopened. And yes, that cereal company would definitely be Cornflakes. Oh yeah, Cornflakes! Woohoo! Only $6? $6.99 actually. Lego Outlet, $6.99. Yeah, so straight rails. This came from Europe somewhere. It's got 8 sections. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 16 of the ties, 16 of the rails. All right, predictions are closed. Let's go ahead and get to my timer. All right. And go. Let's see. What do we got? What do we got? Okay. 16.51. I believe we have the rocker, number 15, which we have not gotten yet. And we do indeed have the rocker. I felt the hair, which is a pretty big hair, actually. Let's choose the outcome. That is going to be within 20 seconds. Complete that prediction. Who is getting the hams? Bahamut and Kinshi are getting all the hams. Very nice. Sealan going for 20 to 50. Shield of Hope going for 50 to 60. And a Lel Bunny going for no. So we got our 80s punk rocker here. Maybe not exactly a punk rocker, but... do not have an alternate face for her. All right, let's go ahead and zoom on in. She's got a little lightning bolt on her cheek. I do like the guitar. And there's her outfit. So I think in a previous set there was a male punk rocker as well. Looks like looks very like a character from Gem and the Holograms. Well, definitely going for that kind of vibe. That is for sure. All right. Next up, Series 10. Let me go ahead and start a new prediction while I pull this one out. All right. Number 1. So, over here... yeah, I think there's 12. 2. All right. Go ahead and put the other one away as well. There we go. Get my die rolled. 1. All right, so the librarian. So let's see, what do we got? Given the use of makeup on male glam rockers, are we sure this is a lady? Yes. A, lipstick. B, eyelashes. And this is, like, there was a male, explicit male rocker. Also, she's got some little bit of curvature here on the hips. That's how you know female figures. All right, so 14 for Sealan. That would be the influencer. 2 for Bahamut. That would be Medusa. We got a Minotaur film location scout, a Leonin terrible sci-fi movie director. Get your predictions in. We've got just a few seconds remaining. Go ahead and reset that timer. And predictions are closed. And go. All right, let's see. This is a... okay. 13.7. I believe that we do actually have the Librarian. That would be a win for my die. Go with a Beholder Cameraman. How many cameras does he have? Oh, I'm wrong. All right. That is incorrect, and Seelan actually gets the die roll correct. I felt this piece, and I thought it was her hair, but there is actually a subtle difference there. All right, let's choose the outcome. That is a no. Complete that prediction. I was incorrect. This time, Lel Bunny gets all of the hams. Shield of Hope going for 50 to 60, Seelan Mortar going for 20 to 50, and Bahamut and Kinshir once again going for within 20 seconds. So we have our Yuppie, aka Influencer. With her cell phone and her adorable little chihuahua. Yeah, I could use a telekinesis eye. So great hairpiece, a little bit different from this one. You can see that this is like combed that way, and this is just straight on down. So there's her phone with her apps. She has an app called BFF. There's her little chihuahua. Fun torso as well. No back printing, no back head printing, but I do like this this fig. This is a good fig to have to put in a minifig display. Did I mark off the other one? Yes, I did. All right, there we go. Okay. Let's go ahead and start our next prediction. Can all guess what is inside the minifig box? Let's go ahead and get that one rolling while I get this one out. I did get shipping notice for the next set, and I do actually have, I'll show that after in a minute. Let's see, first of all, all right, 6, so we're going here. D10, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's go ahead and slip a replacement in. While it catches on my cable and everything. Let me go ahead and get the app ready. All right, so I did get the sheet for the next series. Let me go ahead and zoom in while we take a few seconds for predictions to run out. So we've got a Robo Dinosaur. We've got a Snorkeler with an adorable clownfish. We got a Bionicle fan cosplaying. We got a Monster Hunter. We got a Boba Tea costume. We got a Muck Monster with a skeletal fish. We've got a Chocolatier. Haunted Chocolatier? Maybe. We've got a tuba player. We've got a soccer player. We've got an adorable cute witch with a kitty in the same pose as the Chihuahua, about the same size. We've got Lloyd from Ninjago, and we got a unicorn elf. So I am definitely looking forward to getting to that one. All right, let's go ahead and open that up. We've got, let's see what we got. A 9 for Bahamut. That would be the dolphin. 5 for Seelan. That would be the frog. A Leonin Space Cadet, and an Elven Travel Vlogger, and a Minotaur Scheduler of movies for TV channels. Yeah, so that's actually the dinosaur costume, the Tyrannosaurus Rex from a couple series ago. Oh, and Nadaroge I had 12, that would be the parrot. Alright, so let's go ahead and shake things. Yeah, I got ads going right now, sorry. It's just one of those things. You can catch it on the VOD. Not a whole lot is moving in here, so something's caught. I'm gonna say it is the peacock. So that's my guess. Let's roll the die. Oops, that didn't really roll. 12, so that is the parrot, which is one of the other ones I was considering. Let's go ahead and give it a weight away. 18.49. Well, that's pretty close to the peacock. That's not very close to the parrot. Could be the crocodile. Alright, I'm going to go with the crocodile because that is closer, and that does give us a bigger spread. Alright, so the weight is a crocodile. Oops. There we go. No, it's the goldfish costume. Alright. That is something completely different than all of the things guessed. So that is going to be a no. Goldfish costume, 18.14. All right, that is fair. That is fair. All right, let's choose the outcome. That is once again no. Complete that prediction. Let's see, what do we get? Lel Bunny getting all of the hams. Bahamut and Kinshir going for yes with guess. Shield of Hope going for yes with die roll. And Anzellan going for yes with weight. But once again, Lel Bunny gets them all. Again, things are working out in Lel Bunny's favor. Yeah. Pretty sure she's sandbagging it somehow. We'll figure it out somehow. Super duper happy goldfish. 2 out of 3 ain't bad. That is true. There we go. We have the fish food. Let's go ahead and zoom in on our fishy. To be fair, you were dropping 10-point bids on unoccupied options. That's a smart wager system. If no one's put anything down on something, might as well give it a shot. Like, you were pretty close with that first one. If I was just like 5 seconds longer and then actually got it, you'd have gotten all the hams. I really do like the fish outfit here. The dinosaur costume was from a few series ago, where we had just an actual dinosaur costume. That it's just recolored now. I did not forget you this time. You went for 12, that was what my die said. But we got the fish. So let's mark that. Spare part. A light azure 1x1 cylinder tile. And into that thing it goes. Alright. I want to thank you guys for coming on out. We will be back tomorrow for some more Spelljammer. We should be back on Monday for some more Dragon Quest VII, and doing some more Lego building next Wednesday and Friday. There is a chance that I will be going out of town one of these weeks coming up. I don't know what. A lot of things up in the air right now. So I don't know. But I want to thank you guys for coming on out. I will definitely post on the Discord if that is going to happen. And of course, it'll be mentioned on Twitch as well. So I want to thank you guys for coming on out, and I shall see you next time. See you then, everyone.